Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature, and happy Sunday to you all. And we are obviously here in Okakuya, and you're with myself, Alex, this Sunday morning. And lots going on at the moment. An awesome zebra bray, with a zebra fray, really. So lots going on. They were all here drinking. I'm sure will be more of them. There comes one zebra. And you can actually see that water line on the Okakuya waterhole right now, and how much water has been drunk and really how it has depleted because of all the zebra that have come through. So it's actually quite fantastic. It's awesome to just listen to them as well. And we do have the Egyptian geese in our frame too. So a very awesome start to a Sunday morning. Lots of action, lots going on. And look at how excited these zebra are as they come through to the water. Really awesome, lovely to see. And no doubt we will enjoy lots of action with them today. As you can really hear how they are all going off at the moment. So if you aren't awake yet, no doubt this will serve as some form of alarm clock. And really quite awesome to listen to. So very, very cool. Nice way to start off our morning. We've got a wildebeest coming through too. Lots of action. I'm sure we'll also get some springbuck, and hopefully some of the black-faced impala as well. And I also hope for some gemsbok. So let's wait and see. Of course, we can't script wildlife. They will obviously come through on their own terms. But really quite fantastic. Lovely to have all these zebra with us right now. Just an awesome way to start the morning. So it looks to be quite a clear start to the day, and in saying that, it's time for us to check out what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So quite awesome. We've now got a gemsbok, there's a wildebeest, and lots of zebra coming through. And the zebra were wading in like this. So it's quite awesome to watch this. It's not something we see all the time. It's generally the gemsbok and springbok that actually get into the water. Of course, elephant do as well. But quite cool to watch the zebra really take on the water like this and enjoy their Sunday morning. Thank you, Wendy, and also happy Sunday to you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. And wow, it's actually quite cool watching that one zebra there on the left. I'll try and see if I can actually get a better picture of this. So it really is probably in the deepest part of the waterhole right now. But lots going on. Lots of action. Lovely way to start. Nice to just sit back and just enjoy the scenes. And once again, Wendy, thanks for tuning in. A very happy Sunday to you, but awesome scenes. Lovely to watch this. Good morning, Harold. Yes, it's so awesome watching all of these striped individuals come through. Of course, we can hear a lot of vocalizations as well. So really quite cool. Here's the first black-faced impala as well. And quite amazing that the zebra really walks straight into the water like this. So clearly quite thirsty. And lovely scenes. Awesome to just sit back and enjoy all this action. Nice to just take it in. So the blacksmith lapwings also coming to the fray. Nice vocalizations from them too. No doubt we'll also hear some European bee eaters. But the zebra's really taking over the entire waterhole right now. And I'm pretty sure the Egyptian geese aren't too stoked about it. But really awesome. Lovely to just see how they've literally waded right in and taken over the entire expanse of this waterhole. So really the action not stopping right now. And as I said earlier, it's awesome to watch the zebras. They come through like that, so much exuberance, and then they walk off kind of satisfied and definitely not as fast as how they approach. But the entire waterhole really taken over by zebra right now. It is awesome to watch this. One wonders how far they would have traveled to get here. So, of course, speculation then that mounts, but really cool. Awesome to see this going out and unfolding right now.
Explorers, it's time for another town hall. Join us as we catch up with our founder, Graham Wallington, to hear his updates on all things Wild Earth. And as always, your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. So send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and Graham will respond to you in real time.
Thank you very much for joining me on this town hall.
See you there.
So still really just enjoying all this action. Zebra kind of dominating the entire space, but also dominating the airwaves too. Lots of vocalizations going on. I do think that there's many stallions that are kind of figuring out their own picking order, which is quite cool to watch. But of course, you are with us, and this is a live and immersive experience. It is your safari and journey into the African wilderness. So if you do have any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, points of interest, do send those through. It's always great to interact with you guys. And of course, let's enjoy what's going on. So it's lovely to have all of this action down too. So quite cool to see that as well. But really quite impressive what is going on right now. Tori, it really is exactly that, wildlife at its best. And blissfully unaware that we are watching like this, and also just getting an insight into these zebras' lives, the way that we are. So quite fantastic. They really are quite special, but they are also quite beautiful as well. So the Blacksmith Lapwings, all about the place at the moment as well. Lots of vocalizations from them too. And looks like one or two of the Egyptian geese also about. But the zebra really dominating this entire waterhole. And kind of not giving any waterfowl peace, really. Because they have really just taken over. So it's quite awesome to watch this. It's also so cool to watch them wade through like they have. Just interesting behavior to note, really. Hi Aaron, thank you very much for your question. Very interesting one at that. Aaron wanted to know how important water quality is for animals, and it really is quite important. Of course though, animals do have harder stomachs than what we do as human beings. So, of course, we wouldn't be able to tolerate this water. However, the zebra can, and it is freshly pumped. So this is a man-made and maintained waterhole. And it is obviously filled through a pump system. However, with regards to water quality, animals obviously will be able to differentiate between the water quality or what is available. Of course, if there isn't much around and they do have to drink rather stagnant water, they would, but they definitely do try to avoid that. But it is known that in certain areas, certain animals also affect water quality, in particular hippos. And in the greater Kruger itself, there was a time where there was an overpopulation of hippo to some degree, and it led to an algal bloom, and it was called blue algae, and that blue algae led to a number of deaths of other herbivores in particular. So most definitely water quality is very important, and of course running or freshly pumped water obviously far more sought after. Elephants themselves also have that innate ability to kind of figure out where the freshest water is, and they rip up pumps and pipes and all kinds of things and different reserves as well. Been privy to this a number of times. However, going for the freshest water they can find, but also known to also dig throughout dry riverbeds as well and kind of open up a water source for other animals too. And that would then be fresh. Obviously it is filtered then by that sand in a dry riverbed, so quite fresh itself. But most definitely, the water quality and how fresh it may be, definitely very, very important for animals out in the wilderness. So it is something we would look after, but also a number of other species that are kind of indicator species with regards to drought. So zebra to some degree, because they do require quite a bit of water. They sometimes drink about twice a day, and up to around 23 liters at most. But that would be a big stallion. Of course, something like an elephant taking on around 100 liters on average, up to about 140. Does depend on where the elephant is, what wilderness we are looking at. But on average, around 100 liters per elephant. You hear some helmeted guinea fowls coming through, which is quite cool. But most definitely, water quality, very, very crucial. It's really quite fascinating. I'm really just enjoying sitting back and watching how these zebras are going about their day, but also really taking over the entire waterhole. As I've said, I've alluded to this a number of times this morning. However, they are literally in the middle of it. And I would think that at most, where this water does drop down, I mean, quite a bit of it has been consumed already by, I think, predominantly the zebra, because they've been here in good numbers and over the last week or so. But probably the depth of this being at about 1.5 odd meters. Good morning, Josh. Thanks very much for your question. And we're kind of in an area where the zebra population is rather inflated or bloated. Zebra are the second most popular species here in Etosha, and there's around 15,000 of them. But on average, in particular, in say Southern Africa, in our reserves here, so that's in South Africa, so places such as like the Greater Kruger, Madikwe, Mshatu even, and even in the Western Cape, Natal as well. You're looking at a harem probably the size, on average, around maybe 6 to 11 zebra in a harem. So we do call the collective, or a herd of zebra, a harem of zebra. And typically, there's one dominant stallion, and then the mares that then follow. And most often or not, those mares are kind of the pathfinders. They then lead it. The stallion then kind of follows up the back of that harem. And it is thought that there's kind of a pecking order within the mares, and generally it either runs throughout the oldest mare down, or I suppose the oldest mare that started within that harem, then down from that. So quite interesting, the dynamics. If you're looking at an average size, at least here in Southern Africa, in South Africa, around 6 to 11 zebra in a harem. Of course, there are lots of zebra here, and this is probably one of the best places to see them in numbers like this. Of course, other migrations or other areas where there are very good numbers of zebra. In particular in Botswana, there are 2 migrations that happen separately there. And the most populous of the zebra species, of the plain zebra that is, there's 4 species of zebra, but of the plain zebra is the Grants. So I've got a shorter mane, a little bit smaller as well than these, and the most populous in terms of number, and found from Zambia into Tanzania and Kenya. Just interesting to note, but very cool. Lovely to see. Nice to see all the foals as well. Zebra breed seasonally, or not, or in seasonally. They kind of breed throughout the year, and gestation period being around a year itself as well. So they can drop a foal any time of the year. It's not dependent on conditions or season. It's really dependent on when a mare comes into heat. So there's a foal in the water right now. Lots going on still. The zebra really playing out of their boots for us, and it's so awesome to be able to sit back and just enjoy natural behavior and folding. Looks like another stallion perhaps coming through. Bit of a limp maybe. I think maybe just getting over the concrete. So probably not anything too serious, but really awesome to watch this. So lots of dove action as well. There's some Cape Turtle doves, some morning doves as well. So ring-necked, I think. So waiting to hear that morning dove call later. Very, very cool. One of my favorite sounds. But awesome just watching. There's another little harem coming through. And a lovely foal as well joining the fray. But awesome just seeing all of this unfold right now. Of course, pretty much the same scene. I'm going to zoom out and just take in exactly what else is going on. But lots of action, lots of zebra about, and quite clearly dominating the scene at the moment. So really just quite awesome. Just having a look to see if there's anything up to the north of us, and we'll also check down south. Otherwise, what we're going to do is just enjoy zebra action. Of course, it's so awesome when there are animals that are entertaining us like these are. A little bit of cloud starting to build up as well. Perhaps some rain. Quite interesting seeing how that green flush that was all about us kind of diminishing at the moment, but also how the water level has also been depleted, or there's water in the water hole kind of just being consumed by all the zebra. So let's just enjoy them. Of course, lovely to have all the action, and always great when all the characters are through. In particular, all these zebra. So those Egyptian geese also getting quite vocal, but what we're listening to right now, blacksmith lapwing. Lots of them, and we do see them across all the different locations as well, but they are in very good numbers here. Not as many as the zebra, of course, but very good numbers anyway. Probably the most I've ever seen around the waterhole is here. A very big flock of them that are resident. So lots going on. Quite cool listening to this helmeted guinea fowl as well. Blacksmith lapwings. It's a springbok, the first of today. So quite cool. A number of different species coming as well. So we've seen the black-faced impala, wildebeest, gemsbok, springbok, and of course zebra in great numbers. So enjoying a different scene at the moment. Springbok, that is right here. Let's try and track that for a moment. We've seen a lot of zebra, obviously. Because the springbok won't feed in a linear pattern. It'll just go about its day. But quite cool watching it. Nice to have it right here. Starting to also get the first audio of some European bee-eaters as well. I think I just heard some sandgrouse too. And it sounds like the helmeted guinea fowl also right around the waterhole too. So lovely to get all this different audio. Nice obviously to spend some time. We're now obviously enjoying the springbok. We'll go back to the zebra momentarily. The Blacksmith Lapwings coming through like this. Lovely audio from them. Nice to see all these springbok though coming into the fray. Also wading into the water. Really quite cool. Hi Andrew, the video guy. Thanks very much for your question. And the predator that we see the most, well, probably a scavenger if you want to call it that, definitely the blackback jackal. And we do see lion here, and they are a pride of lion in the area. They're known as the Mbika pride, and they move between this Okakuya waterhole and the Mbika waterhole. So of the predators, those are probably the two that we see most frequently. There, of course, are leopard, there are cheetah, and there are spotted and brown hyena as well here in Etosha. But what we see the most are lion, definitely. A very good population of lion. Around 750 lion here in Etosha. Lovely to see this black-faced impala coming through. Not a full-grown ram, but definitely a good body size on it. Other one there also a little bit older, and you can just see how much bigger the impala is really to the springbuck. So quite cool being able to differentiate. Interesting horn shape. This one over here, and more than likely this impala ram here on the right hand side. I don't think you're going to be able to win mating rights, but an interesting horn shape nonetheless. I just want to have a closer look at it. I think it's going to come into fray and really just examine that. That's quite cool. An interesting thing, an anomaly really, and really quite interesting. But I don't think that this impala ram is going to ever win mating rights. It doesn't seem that that's the case, in particular because of that weird horn shape that it does have. Just getting lovely audio of some sandgrass, Makwa sandgrass that are there. So just giving us that nice little bubbly sound. Also hearing the Egyptian geese, but enjoying these black-faced impala at the moment. Lovely that they've come through for us. Springbok just leaving the frame at the moment, but definitely about. Maybe there'll be a bit of jostling between these two rams, but not yet fully matured and ready to mate. They've probably got about a season or two before they may contest for mating rights during that impala rat. We're just going to zoom out and try and pick up on the rest of the zebra. Hi Starlight, thank you very much for your question. And because it's man-made and pumped, and obviously we are in probably the driest country in the world, I personally don't think there are any fish here. It's very doubtful. There are terrapin though, but what I'm aware of, no fish. Unless there are perhaps little guppies or something like that, but I really doubt that that is the case. I don't think any fish have been introduced to this waterhole either. So terrapin, they are here, but fish, I don't think so. So it looked like we had kind of a little break of zebra, and now all of them coming back through again. Still those blackface impala and some springback on the left-hand side. Really quite cool. Lots of action this Sunday morning. Really so much going on, and awesome just to sit back and watch how this all unfolds. Oh wow, and we do have a black rhino that has now also come to join us, and I do want to zoom out. There's been a significant increase in rhino poaching that has occurred here in Etosha. Around 45 rhino shot here last year, so unfortunately they are awesome to watch. Probably my favorite pachyderm species, black rhino, but I do want to take the attention away from the black rhino. So nice to see it. Of course, going for that fresh water, but we're now going to spend a little bit of time away from that. Just watch this procession of zebra as they come through. Zebra commandeering the waterhole at the moment. Once again, really taking over. Oh, Rhino still here. And just spend a little bit of time away from that. Hopefully it will move off. Nice and still around in the area. And they do have home ranges or territories, and tolerable of each other outside of that core territory within their home range. So they share water sources then. And they do then interact. So quite social, unlike what we were led to believe many years ago, being kind of antisocial and individual, but actually quite social beings. Zebra action really not letting off. Quite cool, as I said earlier, watching him kind of get throughout the entire waterhole, wading in like this. Awesome behavior that we are watching. A couple of wildebeest starting to come through too, so nice to get some different species as well. But of course, really just awesome to watch how this is unfolding at the moment with all the zebra that have come through already, and of course all the zebra that I think will come through throughout the course of the day as well. Sure, and large flocks of birds around as well. I think those are actually vultures, to be completely honest. We'll have to wait and see. But to me, that did look like the vultures that were here. And they will then sit down, kind of on the other side of the waterhole when you generally see them here, preen themselves clean. So probably a high chance of there being a carcass in the area. And I would think lion probably taking out zebra. Zebra being the most prevalent thing at the moment. And no doubt a zebra might have been consumed. And that's probably why we are seeing those vultures flying about like this. But let's wait and see. They might come down. I've seen a number of them at times. And generally when they do come down to preen and clean themselves, they do sit on the other side of the waterhole. So we'll just wait and see how that unfolds. But I do think probably white-backed vulture, maybe one or two cape, but definitely here in the area and definitely doing vulture things, helping to clean up the environment. Hugely vital species. They really are a keystone species, vulture. And of course they do travel huge distances, vast areas that they do kind of occupy, and not subject to country borders or anything of the sort. But we really have enjoyed so much action this morning. It's been quite fantastic. Gemsbok, wildebeest, zebra of course, springbok and impala. But it is time for us also to say good morning to Trish down in Kariega and see what's going on there.
Hello and welcome everybody to Kariega Game Reserve with me, Trishala. And we are watching some wonderful giraffe. There are about 3 or 4 of them down there. And there's also some zebra and some wildebeest. I love these open plains because it is just teeming with all sorts of life. I can hear a vervet monkey somewhere in the mix there as well. Now this is a particularly nice patch to be looking at because you can see there's open grass where the giraffe is standing. But beyond that giraffe, there's that typical Albany thicket, which means that we could be lucky and see some interesting birds come through as well. There's also some thicket quite close to me, so keeping an eye out for some birds. I did see a Knysna Turaco earlier. Hope that I'll be able to show you that as well. I mean, I tried to, but as usual, the birds are faster than me with the camera. A bit of a wider view of what's going on here at Kariega. So there you can have a really nice look at what I mean by that thicket behind this giraffe. And you can also see there's a bit of thicket in front of me as well. And the giraffe is in the open area between the two thickets. That's quite typical because thicket and even Afromontane forest grow in areas with quite specific conditions. And remember, there's a constant battle going on between those shrubs and trees, the euphorbias, even herby type shrubs, so those that are not woody, constant battle going on between them and the grass. And in the patch that the giraffe is standing in, the grass is basically won. But in these other areas where it's a little bit more shaded, like near drainage lines, that's usually where forest and thicket vegetation win that fight. I'm going to send you back to Alex, who's having a look at the Okokoyo waterhole, and I'm going to find some more animals.
Thanks, Trish. And at the moment, we are joined with a number of wildebeest that are coming through. So wildebeest coming through in strong numbers currently. Great to see them. Of course, lots of zebra action. A couple of springbuck. And we've also had some black-faced impala and gemsbok throughout. So I do think the gemsbok probably will come through a bit later. Quite cool just to watch a nice herd of wildebeest come and join the zebra today. But really an action-packed morning. Lots going on, and always cool just to switch off and watch wildlife do its thing and the day unfold. It's quite interesting watching how the Egyptian geese have also decided to completely avoid the large numbers of zebra that are here. So sticking closer to us in terms of where they are in this waterhole right now. They're definitely keeping their distance, and they're quite interesting because when springbuck do get close to them, they do chase them off. But of course, zebra far bigger than springbuck, and yet to see zebra being chased around by the Egyptian geese. So quite interesting how different animals will dictate different behaviors from others. So cool points of interest. There's a lovely foal coming down with this one zebra right now. Quite a precious scene. So really quite fantastic. Lovely seeing how the zebra are really pushing right throughout the water. Did also see some black-faced impala. And the black-faced impala that are found here in this area are endemic. So endemic to the area, and more arid adapted than the more common impala that we would see in the eastern side of southern Africa up into Kenya. They are a subspecies, so the black-faced impala. Endemic to the area, known to be more arid adapted. So this whole area, Etosha into Damaraland, up into southern Angola, where we would find that black-faced impala. So really quite cool. And at least the black-faced impala that we have seen here, really quite impressive horns on a number of the big rams that are around. That horn shape and structure, really quite spectacular. So interesting to note, cool to see, and always interesting to see different subspecies. So classified as its own species, subspecies of impala, black-faced impala, arid adapted and endemic to this area. So that kind of cacophonous sound of the zebra really hasn't stopped the entire morning. It does seem like these are vultures that are flying about. I think that all the zebra numbers, though, kind of trying to figure out if it's safe for them to land, come clean themselves. So another thing, we'll just have to wait and see. But to me, it does look like they are white-backed vultures. There might be one or two Cape that are in and amongst them. And let's just see if they do come to land. It does look like they are kind of waiting to come and clean themselves. So that'll be quite cool to watch. Of course, can't get too much closer than what we are, but can try our best to ID what is about. So the zebra action not stopping at all today. Lots more kind of coming through at the moment. The conveyor belt of zebra really not letting up. So awesome just to sit back, watch how this is all unfolding, and of course watch how they interact with each other too. Each zebra obviously with its own personality, and of course they figure out how to interact with each other. Looks like the vulture's still there. We just have to wait and see if they do come and kind of preen and clean themselves. But zebra action being what has happened throughout most of today. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the scenes for the rest of Sunday. But quite cool to watch. Really quite spectacular. You've always got to sit back and appreciate when these things do happen. And look at that large flock. Are those the Adams storks? Or are they vultures? We'll just have to wait and see. I think perhaps vulture, which is really quite awesome. So, but a large flock. I can't get too much closer, so ID being a bit of a problem at the moment, but very possible that it is the Adams storks. So You can just see the shadows kind of flying around at the moment. It's like a little disco ball of birds. Really quite cool to watch that as well. The Egyptian geese also making sure that they are kind of far away from the zebra at the moment. Ned, thank you very much for your question. Very interesting observation because they really are quite nasty to each other, zebra, in fact. And the dynamics within different harems and herds even, quite fascinating to watch. So they are rather nasty, they do bully each other, they bite, kick. And do definitely have a pecking order within that harem or herd as well. So interesting to watch. But they are rather nasty to each other. So it's also not uncommon if a stallion was to take over a harem and there was a young foal. It's heard of that they will even kill those foals so that the other mares or that mare might come into estrus sooner. Obviously then being able to further his lineage from that. So rather nasty. They look very pretty. They are very beautiful, of course. But they definitely are rather temperamental. They're rather fantastic, awesome to watch these scenes unfold. And if you have tuned in, Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings or encounters. So if you do have any of these things recorded, of course captured, then please do go across to our website, wildearth.tv/content, and see if you can't contribute and become a content creator. You also obviously stand a chance to earn money, win prizes, or to see your name in the credits. So do have a look at that. If you do have some fantastic sightings or encounters that you wish to share with anyone, go across to the content creator tab on the Wild Earth website. Hi Quincy, thanks very much for your question. Large numbers of springbuck coming through. And Quincy wanting to know if the bottom of the waterhole as rocky as the terrain around the waterhole. So that's concrete stone, old deposits from the ancient lake inland kind of sea that was there many, many millions of years ago, thousands of years ago. And I would think that there are a number of these concrete stones within the waterhole itself. I don't know. I haven't been able to look at the waterhole or actually sift through it. But my thought is that that is the case. You can see that there are a number of these stones within the waterhole itself as well. Also starting to get some audio of the Cape Crows. So interesting, we haven't heard them yet, but definitely starting, and I'm sure they will be about to. You can hear them there, that kind of a raucous sound. And another procession of zebra coming through. Waiting to see if these vultures actually do land at some point. It looks like a swimming lesson commencing for the Egyptian geese as well. And a fair amount of springbok action starting to start too. So quite cool, lots of fun, lots going on, and really unrelenting. So, the audio of the crows picking up quite considerably. Lovely to hear. There's some blackfest and parla that have also come through to the waterhole. And the droves of zebra still continuing. So rather impressive. Really awesome just to sit back and enjoy this. So nice to see. Lots going on. Of course, just watching how these zebra also interact with each other as well. So interesting to see the dynamics really. There's a number of black-faced impala that have joined the drove of zebra that are around. Clearly that is the theme for today, zebra. There's one springbok as well that is there too. Nice just to sit back, watch them all as they approach and then leave. But definitely capitalizing on all the zebras that have been through today. It's quite fascinating watching the zebra now kind of get into the center of the waterhole. The Egyptian geese giving them a wide berth. And the springbok also kind of wading in too. So just awesome to watch the different dynamics and behavior of the different species. So quite cool. Looks like some gemsbok as well coming down. About 4 of them, 5 of them. So nice to see different animals as well. Really, really quite cool. Lots going on here today. It has been non-stop. So as I said, the action is non-stop here. It's fantastic just to sit here and watch it as it all unfolds. But it's time for us to check in with Trish and see what's going on down in Kariega.
I am still with my lovely giraffe, who are taking it very easy. They seem to be absolutely still, except of course for their mouths, which are constantly grinding away at all of the vegetation they've been eating this morning. Got some full cheeks as well, especially on the giraffe that's on our left there. All that rough vegetation has to get really ground down nicely, because the more it can mechanically break down the vegetation that it's eating, the easier it will be for all that lovely bacteria in its stomach to break it down. The giraffes are ruminants, the largest ruminants in fact. Tallest, well, I mean, they're the tallest land animal, aren't they? So of course they would be the tallest ruminant, but they are the largest as well. So all that food will have to travel the long way down its neck into its rumen and then back up again to be chewed as cud before returning down and making its way through its 4-chambered stomach to end up on the ground in a pile, hopefully full of mushroom spores that will then fruit so that I can go and investigate them. It's become really warm and humid, as we expected for today, so I think that we're going to see quite a few animals, especially a little bit later on, engaging in some behaviors that will help it cool down. I must say it's still pretty overcast, which is great. It's just very, for lack of a better word, muggy. I hear a couple birds twittering and tweeting, and I can hear some baboons way behind me, but also some vervet monkeys. So definitely a lot of sounds happening as well. I think you would agree that it's quite a peaceful scene. So let's sit back and enjoy it. I hope that you'll be able to hear some of the other sounds that the bush is gifting us. Birds near and far, the gentle hiss of the bush when it's been doused in water. Zeppo, you might have asked my favorite giraffe question. Zeppo would like to know if there is a purpose for the dark tongue that a giraffe has. Well, yes indeed, and very observant of you as well. That type of question tells me a lot. It tells me that you're not just observing something, but you're questioning it and you're asking, but why? Surely it must serve a purpose. And it does. The darkness of a giraffe's tongue is due to the presence of melanin. And we know that melanin is a pigment that causes things to be dark, like bird feathers, fur, etc., our skin, all due to melanin. So giraffes have melanin in their tongues, and we know that melanin is really good at absorbing ultraviolet rays so that they don't go through to affect your cells. So UV rays can go through your skin and into your cells and then affect DNA negatively. So if you have black clothing on, or you have dark skin or dark fur or a dark tongue, then the UV radiation gets absorbed by the melanin. It doesn't seep all the way through to damage DNA. So that's one thing, because their tongues are out in the open quite a lot. They're constantly feeding using their tongues. It's so prehensile. They can pull, like strip leaves off a branch using their tongue. So it spends a significant amount of time outside of its mouth, which of course I'm sure Zeppo, your tongue does not do. So it's nice and dark to make sure that it's protected from the sun, and in simple terms it's protected from being burnt by the sun, but also in a more complex way it is protecting the DNA and the cells, or the DNA in the cells in the tongue. But there's another reason that it's also dark, or it's not a reason that it's dark, but another advantage of having melanin in a tongue that's constantly working to strip leaves and test the urine of females, for example, or to lick yourself. But particularly for giraffes, they spend a lot of time feeding on trees that have thorny bits. So it's important for their tongue to be nice and strong. And melanin is very, very structurally sound as a molecule. In fact, it's so structurally sound that many materials scientists have been studying it to be able to mimic that kind of material in the lab, because it is so strong. And the same goes for birds. In birds' feathers, melanin in it helps to just strengthen everything, and that's important because flight, if your feathers are prone to being easily, kind of split and things like that. That's no good and frayed. So melanin helps to strengthen the molecular structure of the feathers, or structures in the feathers. So it is very, very important, and it certainly does have a purpose. When you think about it, we're quite lucky that the our tongues spend most of their time in side of our mouths. I sometimes think this way, and also as I'm talking about this, the sun has just come through, and I realize that I'm speaking, and the sun is, right on top of me, but it's not actually getting into my mouth, which I think is a great advantage. But if I was using it to constantly strip branches, I would prefer my tongue to be dark. There are more birds taking flight now, which is a good sign. Means that we're probably in for a slightly warmer day and definitely a little bit clearer. When we think of good weather, i.e. some clear days and sunny skies, that's associated with high pressure systems. It's the low pressure systems that bring the rain and the storms and the wind and the clouds. There we go. And high pressure systems are always good for birds because they need a good amount of pressure in the air to create lift easily. I see lots and lots of animals around me, so this is quite a nice spot. I've moved away from the Scotia Dam area, but there's many areas like that where it's, and you can see it right here, open grass with kind of fringed by the Albany thicket. So the type of basically any organism, the types of organisms that we're going to find in the grass patchy area can be very different to what we find in the Albany thickets. And oftentimes this thicket vegetation acts like islands, and that specific species that live in the thicket, they kind of stay on their island in the middle of the grassland because they don't like the grassland habitat. And then often you get so much diversity because if a certain population of, say, beetles that only like the thicket stay in their island and reproduce there over many, many generations, then they can have quite specific adaptations. And may even become a different species if they're separated for long enough. We call that allopatric speciation. Let's say situation. Allopatric speciation. That's when species arise because a population of one species becomes divided for an extended period of time. 3 giraffe are very, very busy there. We'll go have a look at the others as well in a bit. I'm just trying to have a look at something that's walked past. Ah, it's a zebra. I love it when animals have a bit of a swagger. Look at this. Just walked in. Do you know how many people are watching you, zebra? Not a clue. And off it goes. I think another one would come in now. And stops in the exact same spot, which I think is very cool. I love this contrast in patterns. And we'll talk about those patterns in a moment. First, let's answer a question from Victor. Hi Victor, thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You'd like to know what the conservation status of giraffes are? Well, there are several subspecies of giraffe, and we'll get into that in a moment, but generally they're considered vulnerable. But the different giraffes have different statuses. Now I am going to try and remember. So I wrote this down not too long ago, actually. Oh, yes, I write notes to myself because there's some things that I really enjoy talking about, and I enjoy getting the information right for all of you. Okay, so there's the Maasai giraffe, which is considered endangered, and is obviously native to East Africa. And it is also, on average, the largest of the giraffes. So that one is considered endangered, Maasai giraffe. Then there's the northern giraffe. And the bulls of the northern giraffe tend to have like a third bony protrusion. So you know there's the ossicones on the top, the two ossicones at the top. Then in the middle there's an additional bony protrusion. You see it in the South African giraffe as well, which is what we're looking at here. But in the northern giraffe, it's really, really distinctive. We call it, well, it's called a median lump, but it kind of looks like a third ossicone. So the northern giraffe is considered vulnerable. So far we know Maasai giraffe, endangered, northern giraffe, vulnerable. Then we have the southern giraffe, of course, the one that we're looking at right now. And it is vulnerable as well. Now there's also the reticulated giraffe that is considered endangered. But it's important to also remember that there are subspecies within those, and the whole kind of giraffes as a whole are a little bit confusing, because at first, or they were considered 4 species. Well, first there was just 1 species. Then they figured out there were 4 species, and then so it was first 1 species with 9 subspecies, and then it became 4 distinct species, which is basically what we understand today. But now, for example, the Maasai giraffe has 2 subspecies, the Luangwa giraffe and then the Maasai giraffe. Then the northern giraffe has 3 subspecies, the Kordofan, Nubian, and the West African giraffe. The reticulated giraffe is 1 species, and then the southern African giraffe is the Angolan and the South African giraffe. But that's all a result of like genome sequencing and all of these things that have gone on to help us understand them. So, Victor, to come back to your original question, the northern giraffe and the southern giraffe are vulnerable, but the Maasai and the reticulated giraffe are considered endangered. It's just that I was recently brushing up on this, so then I got a bit excited and wanted to share. I love how there's animals just moving in and out of our view. Just move us a little over to the left so that we can see the zebra on our left there, because I actually saw the zebra, in fact we all saw the zebra yesterday. You can see it's easy to identify because it is missing the majority of its tail, and now it has a very cute stub. So that could have happened in a number of ways. Well, 2 major ways, really. Now, I know that on this particular side of the reserve, there aren't any lions. So it could be that this zebra was on another side, and that's where it's got its tail bitten off. But I don't think so. I think that it might have gotten its tail bitten off by another zebra, because that can happen too. Zebra fights are really, really intense. Now, male zebras, or stallions, have 4 pointed canines in their mouth, 1 in each jaw, 2 in each jaw, 1 in each quadrant. So that's something that the females don't have, and they can have quite intense, brutal fights using those canines. And I'm sure with enough enthusiasm, a zebra could bite another's tail off. Excuse me. Oh, that's a really interesting question, Kathy. Excuse me. I'm trying to look for my bottle of water. It's somewhere in the front. So Kathy has a really interesting question. Kathy would like to know what I think the disadvantages of having a really long neck are. So let's move us across just a little bit. I hope that we'll be able to see the giraffe again. There we go. Sorry, that was a little jerky. Kathy, I would say that they're definitely... So it's a difficult one, obviously a difficult question to answer. Especially since so much of a giraffe has been, over evolutionary time, has been changed and adjusted and adapted to suit a particular lifestyle. And so, send us through there again. So, when we think about a giraffe's neck, it's not as if there was another option and just didn't decide to take it. It's more that a longer neck worked, so it stayed. And so then any trait, any change that would have supported the advantageous longer neck would have been carried through as well. So for example, if stronger muscles, which of course it does, would help the neck, then stronger muscles would become more important. So much of its life history and its evolutionary history has helped to shape this very distinctive feature. But I think that, reaching down to pick stuff up is probably not the easiest thing. Having a long neck as well also means that blood flow is not exactly easy, especially blood flow to the brain and out of the brain. So they have special valves that have to be used to accommodate that, special valves in the veins and arteries around their brain stem area, or their neck, the top of their neck where their head meets their neck. So they have a lot of adaptations that have helped them to cope with any disadvantages of having the long neck. I would also imagine that it is quite heavy, but then they have developed strong muscles in order to carry that neck. I think they might have some trouble looking at things that are very close to the ground, because at the same time their eyesight would have adjusted to suit looking at things a little bit further away, and particularly I don't think that they would have good eyesight for looking at, for example, their hooves. I'm sure a giraffe has stepped on a nest, a few eggs, or a chick or two. So that's, I think, a disadvantage. More so to the birds, but not so much to the giraffe. But that's a really interesting question, Kathy. I haven't really thought about that. I just heard a very loud baboon go, "Ah!" When baboons alarm call, they sound exactly like me when I got shocked by an electric fence once. There's some inside info for you. Oh, I have a little bee that's come to visit me. Hello, bee. Can you hear it buzzing? Just gonna try and get us a view of those that are emerging from the thickets. Hello, hello. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. So first I just saw one head. I did not expect this amount to come through. Oh, look at this tiny one. This is beautiful. I love to see so many giraffes come through. Now the one in the middle of our screen here, or the middle of what you're looking at, is a little bit darker than the rest. He's a bull. Oh, just to see that. Gotta put up a happy dance from the tiny baby there. Come on. Oh. I think that might be the I want milk dance. How about you? Can I try you out? Hang on, you're not my mummy. This was the cutest. Ah, this is great. Whoa! Whoa, little guy. Things are getting crazy. Man, I thought that we're gonna have two little giraffes doing a little jig. Oh, here comes a big bull. You can see he's much darker, as I was saying before we got distracted by the dancing giraffe. Oh, Nancy, you say it just couldn't get any better? Oh, I'm having a great time, Nancy. I'm glad that you are too, because it was such a pleasure to watch them look like they're having fun. And it's that kind of behavior that I think is something that we don't get to see when we are in a vehicle close to an animal. Because even though we're not threatening them and they might be very comfortable with us, we'd still not be comfortable enough to kind of have that kind of fun. I want to just follow these guys. Oh, compromising position up there. What is going on? I'm not sure that it's drinking out of the puddle on that side. Now this bull is following this mother around. Mother of that small calf. It could be because he has smelled that she's producing quite a lot of hormones that are probably associated with a recent birth through this calf, and is interpreting that as some kind of estrus signal. That happens quite a bit. Males that are ready to mate misinterpreting hormonal changes associated with childbirth, or the birth of young, as indications that a female is ready to mate. Still following her about, and they're gonna move into this bush next to me. Jumping, jumping, go little calf. And we have these two just caught up in the middle of it. Wouldn't it be something if this zebra calf goes to play with the giraffe calves? Oh gosh, I'm not sure what I would do with myself. Okay, let me send you over to Alex in Okokoyo, and of course I'm just gonna sit tight here.
Thanks, Trish. And yes, we are really inundated with zebra once again. Literally the entire waterhole covered with stripes, and really quite fascinating, but awesome to listen as well. That lovely zebra bray and audio that is going on right now. But really fascinating. I've never seen this before here. This is the first time that I've seen zebra in this number, but also literally throughout the waterhole. So quite fascinating. Of course, we do have two springbok, three really, that are here. One or two wildebeest as well dotted about. And there was some oryx around as well just now, but the zebra really covering almost every millimeter of this waterhole. So it's quite fascinating. Lovely to see this. Black-faced impala ewe coming through now. But really just something to behold. That, as I said, quite fascinated by what's going on and really how they're dominating this landscape right now. So just going to sit back because this is really not something you see every day. It's been some time that we've seen zebra in this number. I think probably ever here. 6 weeks ago, they were completely devoid of this area. So the fact that they've come through in numbers like this is really quite fascinating to see. Really, really awesome. There's so much going on. It's actually just quite awesome just to sit back and watch how this is all actually kind of unfolding. It looks like some Cape Crows trying to land there, but the zebras really doing their most or utmost to make sure that they are the dominant species here at the waterhole today. So quite fascinating. As I said earlier, you can drink up to 23 liters. So the amount of zebra that we've seen, hundreds of liters consumed today. And no wonder the waterhole is kind of way lower than what it was a week or so back. So quite fascinating to see. Of course, we are in the midst of the rainy season here in Okokoyo. Probably about half the way through now. You can expect some decent rain to happen as well. But really, this is just something to behold. All over. I've never seen them actually get this deep into the water other than today. So it's quite awesome just watching this behavior and actually noting what's going on. Also just large numbers of zebra like this, kind of unheard of. It's also awesome is just watching the little foals, but also the different harems that are here. Kind of seeing how they all interact and mingle with each other as well. But not too much competition really going on at the moment. I think first port of call, water, and then heading off for grazing after that. So really just quite fascinating. Oh yes, definitely the Zebra AGM 2023 underway. And like I said, it's quite fascinating just watching this. I've never ever seen zebra in this number. But also just how much. So awesome just to sit back and really just observe what is going on at the moment. A couple of springbok that do come through as well. But the zebra behavior is what is being observed and what we are in the midst of right now. And it really doesn't stop. And with the numbers that are here at the moment, you can hear them kind of pushing through that water, kind of splashing it all about, but also that bray, those zebra brays that are going on. And unfortunately for those Egyptian geese, they really aren't having the best time right now. The zebra's making sure that they are dominant. So I think having to duck and dive is really what's going on. But also with the zebra moving through like this, churning the water up, so not as clear, probably as nice tasting as what it might have been when they weren't around. So I think, unfortunately, for anyone trying to rest in the area of Okakuya right now, probably not going to plan. The zebra's really making an absolute racket at the moment. And it really is such a distinctive sound, that bray of the zebra. So really quite awesome. But lots going on. Clearly lots to be chatted about. Awesome just that the Springbok have also come through like this. But the interactions between them, there we go. You can actually see two of them kicking and biting each other there. They've been rather relaxed. So quite awesome just to see really what water does and how it placates animals really. What a very chaotic sound with the zebra right now. Chaotic also on the eye. This dazzle of zebra, very confusing too. But really awesome. And lovely that the Springbok have also been able to hang around. I suppose afforded that ability by the zebra to hang about, enjoy some graze, and to some degree, I suppose, get through to the water if they are thirsty. The zebra definitely making sure they are the first to do anything here. Very, very cool indeed. As I said earlier, unfortunately for those Egyptian geese, probably not the most relaxing Sunday for them either. Quite cool watching these little Springbok jostle about like that. A little bit of pronking going on too. But really awesome. And to see zebra in this number, kind of unheard of. But zebra being the second most popular species of mammal here in Etosha. There's roughly just over 15,000 of them here in Etosha. So no wonder we are seeing good numbers. But definitely not something I had planned or thought about. I will be completely honest with regards to that. But rather fascinating seeing this all. So really quite fascinating. And you can see just with all the zebra action, how they've churned the water. And no doubt, if this waterhole was filled with milk, we would be looking at butter right now. Because they really have done the most to make it as cloudy as possible. So kicking up all that kind of silt that's on the bottom. The remnants of the concrete as well. So lots going on. Probably not the nicest tasting right now. Some of them have kind of figured out that the pump, which is right here, is where the fresh water is. So enjoying themselves there. Definitely the wisest of the zebra at the moment. So it's actually quite an awesome sound, but very, very busy and chaotic. And that bray also rather chaotic, much like the dazzle. very confusing as well, but clearly lots to be said. The AGM is underway here in Okaukuya. Really, really awesome. As I said, very confusing, very chaotic. And you can see how they kind of interact with each other. Odd biting, kicking going on too. But more concerned with themselves and that kind of innate zebra politic that is going on right now. So Black Cat Impala just shoot it across. The Springbok also being afforded the ability to kind of get on their lives. And the zebra doing all the politics himself. CJ, yes, exactly that. I myself have not seen zebra either in numbers like this. Droves of them. And it really is quite fantastic. So it's awesome just to sit back and just see how this all unfolds, because obviously many animals of one species having to interact with each other does mean that there's a chance of obviously seeing rather interesting things. So nice just to sit back and see how this all unfolds. So it's really quite fascinating watching the number of zebra that are about at the moment, hearing this kind of chaotic sound. It's time for us to have a check-in with Trish and see what's going on with the giraffes in Kariga.
Look at this sweet little thing. It is none other than the little one that was jumping about earlier, and it's now having a bit of a lie down. It's not often that we get to see giraffe lying down, but like all animals, when it comes to having a proper sleep, so sleep that is REM sleep, deep sleep, animals do have to lie down. Young animals lie down a lot more, but adults will too. A giraffe can take naps standing up, just like elephants can, and they are asleep when they're having those naps. But in order to get that really good deep sleep where the entire body is relaxed, they have to lie down. Oh, where can you put your head? I love it when giraffes tuck their heads just over their back legs, like over their rump, and twist their necks around. Just like that. except this one's just giving itself a nice lick. But it is the cutest thing. Giraffes and other large animals, in fact not always large animals, even bats have this. They have special kind of tendons in their legs that in a way kind of resemble a ratchet. So if you've ever worked with a ratchet, you can pull it and it stays in place, and you can keep on pulling it depending on how much length you want. And so in the tendons in the legs of many of, well, for like example, giraffes and elephants, large animals that spend a lot of time on their feet, particularly those that like to have a nap on their feet, they have those kinds of tendons. They're called a stay apparatus. And it allows them to stay upright with minimal energy. Minimal, which is why they can sleep like that. And with bats use their stay apparatus to help them cling on to branches, overhangs, etc., so that they can sleep upside down. It's kind of like once they're engaged, they're locked. And they have to be actively disengaged to carry on moving. I have no doubt that this little giraffe is trying out some grass there, even though they are browsers. Nothing like a bit of grass, especially when it's so new and rich and juicy, to just try it out. scoping me out now. This baby giraffe is already taller than me. Might I add, it would have been taller than me at birth. Not that I will reveal my height to you, but I can tell you that baby giraffes are born about 1.7 meters to 2 meters tall. Very impressive. Young G. I think this is the first baby giraffe I have managed to spend this much time with and have it be this relaxed, lying down like this for a long time. It is the OG, the original giraffe. At least for me. Look at how fluffy its ossicones are as well. Hi, no lean. You'd like to know how quick it'd be able to get up if a predator did approach it? So to start off, it probably wouldn't sit down like this if there was even an inkling that there was a predator around. And they've got great eyesight, good sense of smell, so they'd be able to tell from a bit of a distance. But say it wasn't able to tell. I mean, after all, this is a little calf and it's inexperienced. It needs time to hone those skills. So if it's lying down like this, little calf, and a lion bursts through the bush, it wouldn't be able to get up very quickly. So the reaction, being able to run away, before it can do that, it has to spend like maybe 2 seconds, maybe a little bit more, getting up. Adults will obviously be able to do that quicker, because they're stronger, push themselves up quicker. But even still, I think it'll be around the 1.5 second to 2 second mark. I know it doesn't seem like much, but if you can think about how quickly you can get up from a chair or from sitting on the ground. I mean, if you're sitting on the road and a car is coming and you can see it's not going to stop for you, you'll be out of there very quickly. Not even a second. So with giraffes, it's going to take a little bit longer. And those few seconds are crucial, which is why sitting down like this for a prolonged period is something that we would only see in a really relaxed animal. Maybe it'll get up for us and show us how it does it, but it's quite an interesting move. Almost like a camel. So it'll pick up its back legs and then its front legs, so there's the weight distribution kind of like changes very quickly as it's trying to get up. Obviously it has control over that, but it is quite fun to watch. And it obviously works well enough for them when they're trying to escape predators. But it's their other senses that work for it more. Oh, this is such a treat. Such a treat. I'm thinking about what I will do now, and I think I might head over to the western section of the reserve. See what we can find there. I really hope we see some elephants. Anyway, let me go ahead with my plan, and let me send you over to Andrew and Madikwe to say good afternoon. Oh well, no, good morning and hello.
Other day out in the Northwest Province, and of course, yeah, we're at Madikwe Game Reserve, and so far we have picked up a nice sighting of zebra that are just socializing and grooming, and also scratching their bodies against some of these stumps and termite mounds that are in this area over here. Now, it's actually quite humid at the moment. We still have some clouds that are out and about now. I don't think it's going to rain any time within this morning, but I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the day. We hope that the rain doesn't come. Hello, my name's Andrew and I have Rian behind the camera, and I know we have started out late. We had a few technical issues, but nevertheless we've made it work, and we're out and we're looking for animals out here at Madikwe. Hope you all enjoy and learn a lot with us. Yeah, just a beautiful sighting of zebra, and there's actually quite a few of them at the moment. I'm just going to give a few counts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, roughly around there. So quite a nice dazzle of zebra. I can hear some European bee eaters calling as well.
So sadly, we did just lose Andrew there. We'll be back with him though. Still, lots going on. The zebra action not stopping or relenting at all. We really are having an awesome time. And an awesome Sunday, it seems. There's one Gemsbok that has now also made its way into the middle of the waterhole. A bit of social dynamic also going on with the zebra. A little bit of kicking and biting going on. But really just quite fascinating and something to behold. Something so different, not that we're used to. Really just awesome just to sit back and just enjoy and observe. Interesting behavior, but of course lots and great numbers of zebra, so it really is something else. It really is rather special. The action really doesn't stop. Lots of doves though calling too. And nice to see this Gemsbok as well coming through. And definitely making us aware of what they're up to as well. Of course, a couple of Springbok also enjoying their time here. And Okukuyo. Just trying to pick up on any of the other bird vocals that are around. But predominantly it is zebra vocalizations and zebra visualizations at the moment. As I said, just watching and just enjoying all this action that is going on at the moment. So really tough to gauge how many zebra have been through already today, but definitely in the hundreds for myself, probably reaching thousands. And rather fascinating. Lots of foals about as well, so awesome to see those two. And awesome to also pick up on the blacksmith lapwings that are all flying about currently. And the Egyptian geese doing their best to kind of avoid these prison ponies as they get through and have their drink of water. There's still lots going on. Fascinating. All this wonderful behavior of the zebra. Of course, many hundreds of litres being consumed by a number of them today. Some oryx that have also taken over the waterhole as it is. And the springbok also taking over kind of where the fresh water comes and gets pumped out into the waterhole. But just fantastic. And rather awesome and interesting watching how much water has really been consumed and how that is really just getting depleted at the moment. You can see the old water line, that being how high the water used to be before the droves of zebra came through. So really quite fascinating, and awesome to see good numbers of springbok as they also come through for the day. Of course, no one being able to best the zebra yet. Really rather fascinating. Really quite cool. So we've got 3 animals in frame right now. Looks like there's a giraffe as well in the distance. Haven't seen one of them for quite some time. And also the Angolan giraffe as well. So lovely to see that. Awesome. Really cool. So I'm not sure if it will actually be afforded the ability to drink by the zebra, but we'll have to wait and see. Giraffe kind of quite standoffish, for want of a better word, when they do get to the water. Rather wary. And with the commotion that's going on right now, I might make the giraffe walk off. don't know if they'll come down. So it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds. But nice to watch other animals come down. And of course, nice to have all this interaction that is going on anyway. So just cool things. These Egyptian geese trying their best to avoid all the zebra and even the oryx right now. So, waiting patiently for these giraffes. It would be lovely to get a nice view of them. It is awesome that we have all these zebra and kind of non-stop conveyor belt of them. So, rather awesome. Just being able to sit back and enjoy all this action. Hi Amy, thanks very much for the question. And I suppose it's things like this kind of anomaly that's going on right now with all the zebra coming through. Never seen zebra in this number in one area before. So these different things that do happen, of course, different locations, having different animals and also different behavior that goes on. It's the number of zebra that we have seen today being a highlight, that is for sure. So great to see one wildebeest coming through. Something different to look at instead of all the stripes. Really rather quite cool. Giraffe moving off in the background at the moment. Springbok still about. And really just an awesome scene. A lovely Sunday that we have had here. And it could be a really, really cool. So some Cape Crows also calling at the moment. Maybe a bit of a spook going on there, it seems. But interesting to see how kind of tolerable the zebra have been around themselves. Definitely been a bit of biting and kicking, but really nothing that's been that hectic just yet. Quite clearly, the water being the main attraction. No one else too worried about anything else. Some Cape Crows as well there. Also the audio of them. All the zebra braying, kind of quite tough to pick out any other birds that are around in the area at the moment. So it seems that we are inundated with stripes across the different locations, and we're off to go and see what those stripes are up to in Madikwe.
Thanks very much, Alex. I believe you have some zebras on your side as well, just like us. That's very nice. And there's also a few giraffe in the background. Oh, this is quite nice. There's actually quite a few different species of animals here. There's also impala. I think I saw some wildebeest earlier on as well. But if you have a look here, it's actually quite like an eroded area here. It seems like there's a lot of nutrients here in the soil. And moments ago, one of those 3 zebras that you are looking at now actually was eating the soil. And it's a term we call geophagia. I'm sure you've all heard of it before at some point. But geophagia, geo pretty much meaning the soil, and then phagia is to consume. So geophagia, consuming soil. And as we know that there are lots and lots of minerals in soils. And often enough, if the animals are feeling that their minerals are sort of getting at low levels, then it might force them to do geophagia, which we do see quite commonly here on Madikwe Game Reserve. Giraffes will also do it. It's a little bit awkward for them, but they will do it as well. I wonder if it ever grinds their teeth down, because yeah, sand is quite abrasive on the teeth, so I wonder if it does do some damage on the teeth. Zebras have got the perfect teeth for actually grabbing the soil. If you think about it, they've got very well formed teeth in the front. They bite, and they use it to snip the grass and also bite one another, but their teeth are extremely well formed, and so it would actually accommodate them well just to bite the soil. So I just want to take this moment just to thank Jamala Lodge. They helped us out big time this morning. We had a problem with our vehicle yesterday. These things do happen with these vehicles. And so they said, no problem, come over, come fetch your vehicle from us. And when we arrived there, shame, there was a young chap there by the name of Lazarus. I'm not sure what he does there exactly, but he fueled the vehicle, he washed the vehicle, and such a nice gentleman. So thank you very much, Jamala and Lazarus. Is he a guide, eh? Oh, wow. Lazarus is a guide. That's brilliant. He seems very knowledgeable about the area. He was actually born on the game reserve. See that young zebra having a good old time on that stump over there? So there's actually quite a lot of debris out in this area, so trees that have are broken and branches that are on the ground. So elephants really have made short work of some of the areas out here. And there we go. It looks like they're just disappearing behind the bush. Can you see how they step a few steps behind a bush and you can't see them at all? They're just slowly coming out. Very different environment from what I'm used to. Madikwe, it's full of new things for me. I mean, the birding out here is very, very rich. Same as other areas that I've been. As you know, I've spent a lot of the time at Amakhala Game Reserve, and they've also got a high amount of birds out there. Here, there's just over 300 species. So if there are any bird watchers out there, this is your bird watching paradise. And I've seen a few birds actually that I try to identify, but the bushes are so thick, and some of the birds can be quite difficult. So I have seen there's a few birds that I haven't seen before, but I just haven't had the opportunity to grab the binoculars in time and have a look at them. There's a giraffe gently walking off as they always do.
We are offering our explorers another extraordinary Wild Earth experience. Leopard explorers and above stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at Amakhala Game Reserve, picturesquely situated next to Addo Elephant Sanctuary Park. Enjoy an authentic bush lodge experience in the luxurious Woodbury tented camp and feel the heartbeat of Africa on exhilarating safari drives. Sign up to be an explorer today and you might soon be off to the safari destination with Wild Earth.
Very interesting here. Now you can actually see the difference in the the tone of the color of the body. The male is slightly darker than that of the female. And some bull giraffes that I've seen in different game reserves throughout South Africa is some males get incredibly dark, sometimes like black, like chocolate brown black. And that's actually the level of dominance the animal has. And the darker they are, apparently the more level of dominance, more testosterone, and that becomes an attraction for the female. Females do prefer to mate with the males that are much more dominant. Penelope, good morning to you. Well, I'm not going to say she's not. I think she's very close to her the perfect time for him to mount her and mate with her, impregnate her. I think she's very close to being exactly where she needs to be in her estrous cycle. That's what I think is happening now. But it's interesting, Penelope, that he's going to stay with her, because if he loses sight of her and she walks off and goes and eats some bushes and, just goes a little bit away, there's a lot of pheromones that are going to be around here that we can't see and we can't really smell, but the giraffes can. And you never know, another bull, if he's coming into this area and he smells those pheromones, he's going to follow and try and find that female as well. So this male, he's going to follow her, not going to let her out of his sight. And if you watch carefully, she's feeding, okay? But he's not feeding at all. So in this time, he's going to lose a little bit of condition because he doesn't want to eat. He wants to mate. He's got something else in mind. Yeah, they do lose condition in this process. You see, he's smelling her there. They also perform this phlegm and grimace, where they lift their front lips, just to allow the pheromones into that Jacobson organ, which for him, he'll be able to decipher where exactly she is in her estrous cycle. It's quite nice with all these dry stumps and trees. Mavis, wow, you're asking me quite a question there that I don't really know the answer to. I haven't really thought about that, and I haven't, through my research over the years, ever come across something like that. So I'll try and find the answer for you and try and address you back. But I would imagine, now this is a calculated guess, I would imagine it's a good few days. There we go, just having a scout around, making sure that the coast is clear, that they can also spot the other journey members. And back to business. Okay, it looks like he wants to eat a little bit there. And it seems like he's lost the patience a little bit there. I think maybe he might want to go and socialize and look at some other females in the group there. Could be looking for something to eat there. It looks like she might be taking the opportunity just to make a little bit of distance there. Morning, Lusanda. I hope you're doing well today. So the male's role in this breeding group is to breed. That's his role. He's going to try to promote those genetics as much as he possibly can before the day comes where he's going to pass away or when predators catch him. He doesn't play any parenting role at all with the calf. That's going to be the mother's job. And this male that you're looking at, he is not going to be permanently here in this specific journey. He's socializing with him now. He wants to see if there's any females that are in condition. If there aren't, he'll move away. And if he's already done the job, then he will move away and try and look for other breeding groups constantly, again, to try to promote those genetics as many times as they can. It's very important in nature, is to, while you're alive and you're in your maturity, is to try and mate with females so that those calves or whatever lambs, or whatever the case may be, can be born and grow up and hopefully make it to adulthood. And Ben mentioned a few days ago that success will be determined on how successful the genetics get to adulthood, so the offspring get to adulthood, that would determine how successful an individual is. You often see zebras with giraffe. It's a very common thing, this. Now, giraffes, out of the mammals, have got impeccable eyesight. So zebras are actually quite smart, and general animals that are around you are quite smart. They're going to use giraffes as towers, watchtowers essentially, and vice versa as well. So maybe the zebras see something as well and they run off. Giraffes are going to understand that there's a problem. Now, one thing you are going to notice, and I'm noticing it very well here, is the white ears. You can't miss that. So I mentioned earlier on that they have incredible eyesight, and over a very long distance, a bull giraffe or other giraffe are going to be able to spot other giraffes over a vast distance through those ears. Little beacons on the top of the head. Looks like there's a few mature bulls in this group here. Let me just double sure here. Yeah. There's a cow that is very dark as well. Just gonna have a look with binoculars. So the majority of these are actually cows. I'm hearing a crimson-breasted shrike in the distance calling. So I just need to just clear my throat a little bit. There we go. Sorry about that. Amazing. This is a very nice sighting. Very peaceful to be here. It's a lovely area here. You can actually see quite far from here. We can see some hills. And yeah, we have the blue wildebeest over here, nice and territorial. Taking the option just to sit down now. It's amazing how many people actually get confused with the difference between a buffalo and a blue wildebeest. And if you're unfamiliar, I mean, it can be very tricky, I understand. But the more time you spend watching them, there are so many differences that you can't really make the mistake once you get to know them. Looks like a red-billed oxpecker is on the body there. Yeah, this is a very nice big male, very mature. He's obviously been in a few fights in his lifetime because he's developed a very strong neck muscle, as you can see. It's almost like he doesn't have a neck. This is a very powerful animal, make no mistake. A wildebeest, wow, they are strong animals. So this wildebeest is looking directly at us now. Sort of the frontal of his face looking straight dead at us. And from time to time you actually might notice that he might look around to see where these other general animals are going. Now, because this wildebeest is all by himself, he will like to coexist with other animals just for that safety. Otherwise, he's going to be very, very vulnerable being all by himself. So just remember, this is live and interactive. And so if you are watching on the app or the website, you can register to ask questions, or you can even make requests and tell us your stories about the bush. And if you are watching on the YouTube channel, please do subscribe so we can notify you of all the other content that's up for grabs as well. So definitely be sure not to miss out on any moments that we are in the bush, because always there's fantastic things happening. I mean, we've seen some amazing things just over the last 6 months that I've been with Wild Earth. Incredible things. And this is really all for you. The reason why I'm out here is because of all of you. So I thank you. I wouldn't have a job here with Wild Earth if you weren't all with us. So don't miss out. Hi there, Chloe. Yeah, the wildebeest is, if I translate it, it's going to be a wild beast. It's sort of a Dutch influence. Wildebeest, directly translated, going to be a wild beast, and that's exactly what they are. And so they do get the name the blue wildebeest. I know he's looking black at the moment, but if the sun was shining and he had to turn at certain angles, you do get to see what looks like a bluish shine. And we find this with some dark animals. I remember I even had a dog when I was growing up in my last year of school. We actually named her Blue, and she was a black dog. And she did look blue, more blue than black. What is also very interesting in the strategy that this wildebeest will have is, imagine there's a whole bunch of impalas around here, and this wildebeest is with the impalas. He's going to walk with them and not show any aggression to them. He needs them. And so he'll walk around with them and will travel with them to a degree, because he is territorial there. If they leave his territory, he's going to need to go back. But as long as they're within his territory, he's going to follow them. But the minute there's a sign of danger and lions are spotted, or whatever danger is spotted, you find that as those impalas or whatever general animals there are run away, the wildebeest will run after them and runs in the middle of the group and scatters them off onto the sides. And this creates ample other opportunities for those predators and not him. You understand what I mean? So he tries to create opportunities for those predators so that he doesn't get taken out. Very smart. And you often see it when they run through that herd. When he does that, they just disperse. Because everybody's scared. There's a lion around. And now, wildebeest is running right in the middle. And some of them flank right off and could very well be caught by the predator. I've noticed blue wildebeest, black wildebeest, the other species of wildebeest. They do the same thing. I don't know if they actually occur out here. I doubt it, because there is a potential for them to interbreed. That's the problem. And historically and geographically, they would have occurred in vastly different areas, and that's how they naturally avoided each other. But when game reserves come about and they do bring in animals, they often need to think about these things. Certain animals you don't really want to mix because they could interbreed. Just lovely with all these general animals. And I believe Alex out at Ukukuya also has a group of general animals. So let's send you off over that way.
Lots of gemsbok about. Also competing with the number of springbok that are here, and of course, what we have witnessed the entire morning, all the zebra. So it's been rather fantastic and really enjoyable. It's lovely to now see this giraffe. It's been some time since we've seen giraffe here. So great that one has actually come through and joined us. A couple of doves still calling, and gemsbok. Good numbers today, so nice to see them. Of course, lovely to see them wading in like they have. And of course, lovely to see the zebra also doing exactly that. Just watching this giraffe. Of course, a rather peaceful morning. Kind of midday by now. And no doubt getting rather hot across in Ukukuya. So that typical kind of giraffe stance of drinking going on right now. You have noted that they do also take another pose, but this being the more favored. Kind of a isosceles triangle that now forms. And it indulges itself. Lots of water being sucked up, consumed by every animal really at the moment. Just so much going on. Really cool. Gemsbok really making the most of their time too. Four mammal species that are with us currently. Lovely to see. So great to have all four. How long the giraffe will stick around, not too sure. Really quite fun. And awesome that it is here. Lots of Cape Crow audio as well at the moment. Giraffe still drinking, which is lovely to see. As I said, I'm not too sure how long it will hang about for. And really awesome that it has come through to join us. And it almost seems that the gemsbok are quite happy just to sit and almost wallow in the water right now. Wading very deep in there. And also just taking it easy. So with the zebra kind of quieting down, it is affording us the ability to listen to all the other bird vocals that are here. The Cape Crows kind of taking up the next kind of audio spot. 1 or 2 Cape turtle doves as well calling. And the Egyptian geese rather quiet. I think just having to navigate all the zebra probably keeping them rather busy. It seems that that kind of zebra conveyor belt is slowly tapering off, but for how long that lasts for remains to be seen. Lots of gemsbok here now as well, so they really are rather exquisite and awesome to see them too. Hi, Nicole. Thank you very much for that question. An interesting one at that. What is the purpose of the white stripe? So it's thought that the stripes kind of help with kind of thermoregulation. So it's the black really that then helps with kind of being able to, I suppose, endure the heat. So that's thermoregulation. So the white stripe and the black stripe obviously serving the purpose with regards to thermoregulation. Black, though, also thought to help with regards to insects, flies that might be biting the zebra, though they are also kind of loose-skinned. You see a zebra twitching quite often if you are very close to them. That also helps with the ability of any insect that might land on them. So biting flies in particular. You see there's long tails also. Swish helping with that too. But the black and the white stripe then thought to kind of help out with regards to the thermoregulation, being able to obviously withstand very hot temperatures that these zebras would have to here, or endure them. And then again, the other use thought to be that it would aid them with regards to biting flies in particular. So interesting just watching this, and lovely that this giraffe has hung around for so long with us right now. Really cool, awesome just to sit back and just enjoy the giraffe. Of course, fascinating animals, the tallest terrestrial mammal in the world. Up to 5 meters at least. Very, very cool. So it does look like the giraffe slowly packing up, starting to move off, before heading off towards the tree line. It looks like, as I said earlier, the zebra number is slowly starting to taper off. Everything else kind of taking over at the moment, which is interesting to see, because it really has been non-stop with regards to the zebra. The oryx doing the most too, so very, very cool to see these guys and have them coming through to join us right now.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Kind of two lone zebra that are about here at the moment. Gemsbok waiting and doing the most. Lots of springbok action currently. Rather interesting, the dynamics changing continuously throughout the day. Rather cool just to see how it all kind of ebbs and flows. And kind of balances out to some degree as well. Hi Mulimu, thank you very much for your question. And we're currently in the rainy season here in Okakuyo. It lasts for around 3 months. So it does get rather drier than this, and it looks really very barren at the peak of that dry season. So that would kind of be towards the end of November, beginning of December, kind of when you notice it being at its peak with regards to there not being that much rain then. But an interesting scene anyway, but definitely not in drought at the moment. What we are in is the rainy season. So really rather peaceful at the moment. That kind of cacophonous zebra bray dying down completely at the moment. A lot of them have moved off, clearly looking for some grazing. Perhaps a lunch. 1 or 2 blacksmith lapwings still also giving us a little bit of audio. Just interesting just to see how the oryx also go about their day. Very placid individuals as well. Rather chilled. Some excited zebra getting to the water now. And springbok dotted throughout. Really just relaxing scenes at the moment. Quite awesome to watch out. There's more zebra coming through now. There's kind of a little hiatus or break of them. But it seems that it was short-lived. So lots more going on. You can kind of hear the springbok as well calling amongst each other too. And the zebra vocals starting up again. Quite cool. So Johnny, it's highly unlikely that this waterhole will dry out just because it's pumped. It is man-maintained. And kind of where the springbok are right now, you'll notice just there's kind of that water that leads down. That's where the water gets pumped out of. But there is a seasonal migration that does occur with regards to the zebra. It seems that they've actually migrated back in the area. It's thought that they mostly go eastward. That's once the rains start. But now that it seems to have kind of dried out in the last few weeks, kind of moving back in the area. So definitely seasonal movement that does go on. Of course, we haven't seen a giraffe at the waterhole also for around a month or so. So definitely seasonal movement that goes on with them. And a lot of the game, when it does start to rain here, you know, that vegetation then starts to sprout and grow throughout, and then they do disperse. There's also then seasonal pans, so water that is available to them in further distances or at further distances, and they take advantage of that too. So a lot of seasonal movement, but there is noted that there is a zebra migration. So some of the zebra population migrates eastward in the summer months when it is the rainy season. But quite clearly, the majority of them back in the area. So perhaps if they're getting less rain around, you know, there are a lot of resources that are also here in the area for them and capitalizing on those as well. So very cool. Lovely to see all these herbivores. Tshala has something interesting. It's one of the main predators of the zebras that we see here. So we're off to her and we're off to Kariega.
Hooray! I've made it over to the west and managed to find these two famous guys. Here we just see one of them. There's of course one in the pair of lions, big male dominant lions that we have here at Kariega. The second one is lying under a bush, not very far from his brother, but it's only this one that's out in the open. So the one that we're looking at now is the one that is not collared, and the one that is under a bush that we cannot see, but I managed to see earlier, he's the collared one. He is the more dominant of the two. So I'm pretty excited to have found them. They were very easy, actually. I was just driving along this road, and it's mostly forest as you drive through, or what is the word? Albany thicket that you drive through, kind of like Afro-montane forest. And then you come up to the top, and there's this clearing. And that's where these two boys were just hanging out. At first I didn't see the other. I just saw this guy out in the open. I would have thought, given how hot it's suddenly gotten, that he would be under some shade, like his brother. But he moves to a different beat. You can even see his body rising and falling as he breathes heavily, trying to keep cool. He looks very relaxed though, even though he's probably very, very hot. See how he's flicking his tail every now and then? Quite regularly, actually. Because unfortunately, there would be a lot of flies irritating him. And he's definitely not going to get a good nap if he's constantly being buzzed around and bitten. Hi Haley, you'd like to know how often a lion needs water to hydrate? Actually don't need a lot of water at all. So the only reason we drink water is because we need moisture. We need actual water molecules, right? So if we can get the water or the moisture requirements that we need from what we eat, then we don't really have to drink water. Unfortunately for us, we don't eat or drink the types of things that would provide us with water except for water. But with lions, they eat prey. And other juicy things. And so they get a lot of what they need from the prey that they eat, like most predators. But if there is water available, they will drink. They might drink daily if water is available, but they don't need to. And like with all predators, after a big meal, you can almost predict that a lion is going to walk down to a nearby dam or pan and have a drink. But they can go several days without drinking water. Now, if they haven't caught any prey, that would be problematic. Then they would have to drink water to meet their requirements. Unfortunately, the sky is facing away from us, but that's fine. It's a bit difficult to get round, and I would have to go through him and his brother, and that's really not a nice thing to do. So if we watch him from here, I think it'll be nice and comfortable for him. But I doubt that they're going to get up and move anytime soon. I hope that they do. Maybe if some more cloud cover comes through, they will. But it's pretty hot. So I doubt we'll have too much movement. What a beautiful thing to be able to just sit in the wild and come across a lion and be able to watch him like this. With everybody in the immediate vicinity so happy and, well, not happy, I can't tell if the lion's happy, but relaxed. He's certainly relaxed. His brother's relaxed, and I'm relaxed. It feels like we just happen to be coexisting. And I like that feeling. Now, I did pick up on some elephants close by. When I say pick up, I didn't see or hear any, there was some fresh dung around. And I would love to find those too. Maybe they'll come past here, who knows? There's a bit of a cool breeze that's just come through, and I'm sure that this lion would appreciate it, because if you look at his mane, it's so thick and lush, and the fur on the mane is obviously long, but also quite soft, so it's very insulating, and that can make them really, really warm. Darcy Miller, stop it. Darcy Miller says I'm doing a fantastic job on the camera. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I think I quite like it. Takes a little bit of practice to get used to all the things that have to be loosened before you move it, and then remembering which ones are locked and all those kinds of things, and then hoping that you're in focus. And I think it's a really nice, it's a lovely little challenge mentally to have to do the things with the camera, and then also, of course, be your naturalist. It feels very good. Oh, look at that. And our lovely lion has flopped over. And if you are just joining us for Escape to Nature, welcome. I am in Kariega with one of the lion, or the pair of lions that we have here. He is beautiful and probably very hot. I too am obviously a little bit hot. But it's been a fabulous day. We've been spending some time with some giraffes and zebra further down the bottom. And then we've also got Andrew in Madikwe, and then Alex is the master of the waterholes. So welcome, thank you for joining us. Look at all the micro movements just to try and get rid of some of those pests. So there are groups, or some groups of lions. I think the most famous ones are in Uganda and other parts of East Africa, but in Uganda specifically. There are a number of lions that climb trees, or have learned to climb trees. And I don't just mean one lion, I mean you find a pride sitting in a tree. And it's such an interesting thing because lions are not built to be able to climb. For one, they haven't really ever adopted a kind of arboreal lifestyle at all, so there was no need for their bodies to have that kind of movement in them, or for their muscles to strengthen in those ways, like a leopard, for example. So I'm not saying that the pride of lions were, at the top of the tree, but they all managed to get onto a tree. And one of the reasons that we think that this may have happened, what could have pushed them to get up into the tree, because, they are the biggest cat in Africa, and they prowl on the ground. But one of the reasons is that, one of the hypotheses is that it was to avoid pests that are normally found in the ground, so they can be a little less itchy, possibly have a better nap when they're up in trees than they could on the ground, particularly in that area. And it definitely seems to be a learned behavior. And we can sometimes see it when we watch lion cubs. I've seen cubs try to climb a tree. Well, it's not, elegant, but they can do it to a very small extent. They look awkward. The dismount is poor. They sometimes hurt themselves, I'm sure. But they can do it if they need to. So if you're trying to avoid something that is really irritating you, like flies buzzing about, or maybe ants crawling onto you, and you decide to climb up a tree once, and it worked, you continue to do that. That's learned behavior, which is separate from adaptations linked to evolution of an animal. But lions are very large, heavy. Oh, yes, good morning. Or should I say good afternoon to you, sir? Even though the sun has just popped through. The most difficult thing about climbing a tree for a lion is getting down. Getting up, I mean, they do have sharp claws, they're strong, but see, a leopard has a very strong upper body, and that neck of theirs is very strong, so it's able to pull itself down, up, and then also control its dismount. With a lion, not so much, so it can be a little bit awkward, but like I said, the lions in Uganda and other parts of East Africa have learned that they can, to an extent. Oh, aren't you just lovely? Oh. He's gotten up because he sees somebody. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I can get this. There we go. Oh, that's a smart move. Because now there's some good shade. Might I add that the shade that the collared, more dominant brother has decided to take shelter in is much better than the shade that he had previously. Plus, on top of that, they can be closer. Oh, Pindiwe, you say it's all happening in Kariga. Well, I take that as a compliment. It is all happening in Kariga, isn't it? I've been having the most fantastic day. I've seen so much today. I managed to spend so much time with all of you, which has been an absolute treat. That is a much better position, boys. Much better indeed. Gosh, I feel very sorry for them and their big manes when it's hot like this. Manes are a really, really interesting topic. We know that darker maned individuals or having a darker mane is positively correlated with mating opportunities, male-male interactions, aggressive interactions, and dominance interactions. So basically what I'm saying is that the darker your mane is, the better opportunities you have to mate, and the more likely you are to come off best in a male-male match. But having a darker mane is also correlated to higher ambient temperatures and higher body temperatures, in fact. And also, and most importantly, it is correlated to high testosterone. And basically all those things are pointing to one thing: health. So the mane indicates visually the health and fitness somewhat of this individual. If I'm a lioness and I walk through and I see, oh, this guy's got a nice dark mane, just what I like, it also tells me that he managed to survive with his dark mane even when temperatures are very hot. So he must be a goodie. He must be healthy. He must have high levels of testosterone. And none of those things that I mentioned to you have anything to do with biting flies through the air and having a bit of fun. Lions of all mane color do that. They don't even need a mane to have a bit of fun by biting flies. I think that was kind of an expression of the frustration, don't you think?
Explorers, it's time for another town hall. Join us as we catch up with our founder, Graham Wallington, to hear his updates on all things Wild Earth. And as always, your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. So send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and Graham will respond to you in real time.
Thank you very much for joining me on this town hall.
See you there.
I'm trying to pick up on any sounds as well of elephants. So like I said, I did see some fresh dung, always a good indication. And there are quite a few water holes in this particular spot. Well, I mean, you know, in about a kilometer radius. So I hope we'll be able to spend some time with elephants. Well, I mean, if I can find them. You would think that cuddling would not be something they'd engage in heat like this. Ooh, Sonia, what a question. Sonia would like to know what I think is a lion's weakness. The philosopher in me wants to say pride. But Sonia, if I had to think about it, a weakness. It's such a difficult thing to answer. They're an apex predator. Of course they do have weaknesses. But I'm gonna need some time to think about that, Sonia. Oh, the sun has just come out. Boom! I hope you can actually still see the lions. I am thinking, Sonia. I am. Yeah, they have a close-knit social structure. One that's not heavily dependent on each other to the point where one can't exist without the others. So I think that's a good thing. I don't know, Sonia. But I'm gonna keep thinking about it. I'm gonna remember your name. So that when something does come up, I'll say, remember Sonia asked this question? Perhaps that their cubs are so helpless at birth that they tend to sometimes have quite a few cubs when they only have 4 teats to actually be able to feed them. I think the record for number of cubs is 9. 9 cubs in 1 litter. But if a mom's only got 4 teats, 4 nipples, so difficult. But I guess that's true for basically any animal that produces more offspring than they can provide for. Oh, thank goodness a cloud came over. We can actually see something now. But let me send you over to Alex at Okokuyo. And I'm going to sit tight.
Wowee, and what a scene. Vultures, it seems, and Adam stalks, I think. Can't get too much closer than that, but really quite something. Lovely scene. Something so different. Lots of zebras still about. Lots of oryx as well. But this waterhole being very, very productive throughout the course of today. And it is Adam storks that are here. So they've come back. They are back in the area. And clearly enjoying the bounties as well of a rainy season. And what is really delivering. So really, really quite cool. So awesome watching them come down and land like this. See that kind of landing gear kind of come out, and then they do sit there. So they've kind of taken over that whole bank at the moment. It's just quite fascinating how the day has panned out today with regards to what has come through and all the action that we have had. Lots of springbuck, of course, the Adam Storks now. There's Gemsbok that we've also been about, and thousands of zebra that we have witnessed. So really quite something. And a number of wildebeest and parla as well, and that one giraffe. So really something quite cool. Lots going on today. No complaints. Long may it last. So quite cool just watching as these Adam Storks kind of land, and the numbers of them also just swelling. I think probably around 200 of them that are present. Really something going on all the time here. It's been quite a fantastic interlude into this wilderness area of Etosha. Really something very, very cool indeed. And long may all this action continue. It's been very fantastic. Lovely to see the different dynamics. And interesting to note all the happenings that have been going on. One of those morning doves calling in amongst the Cape Crow. And the springbok taking up the zebra's mantle of waterhole dominance for now. Lovely little call of the morning dove. Really, really beautiful. Do you love that sound? The crows are really giving it a full go. Just lots more storks that have decided to descend upon us. So really something else. You'll notice all the shadows as they fly about and start to get ready to land. So quite cool just seeing all of this going on. They're just getting busier and busier. You can just see how these storks are just descending upon us. There are lots of them. There's more just coming through. You see those legs kind of dropping straight down, that landing gear getting ready for them. It really is fascinating. We've seen some very interesting things here today. And a very happy chap indeed myself. But just really quite cool just watching how these storks are coming through like this. Just really so much action at the moment. It's really so cool. But really enjoying watching these Adam Storks come through and land. The numbers just swelling. Shadows also, just more birds coming through. Really quite fantastic. So just enjoying quiet moments and watching all these Adam storks come through and land. Party of Adam storks just really swelling at the moment. Just more and more birds descending upon us right now. So it's actually quite awesome watching how this all is unfolding. It's just more and more storks. It's really quite fascinating watching this. Looks like some oryx starting to get thirsty and come down. And a number of springbok as well that are also definitely taking advantage. It's really been non-stop with regards to zebra and now these storks. It's quite awesome. And I'm really, really enjoying how it just doesn't stop. The action just continues. It's really quite fun. So it's so awesome watching these shadows of all these different storks coming down and landing here, joining a rather massive flock of them. Of course, these gemsbok that have also joined. One or two impalas that are here. Looks like a little impala lamb as well, so lovely to see that too. But quite cool just sitting back and be able to just watch the shadows kind of land on the other side of the waterhole right now. So very, very cool scenes. So I'm going to sit here and just enjoy these Adam storks as they kind of swell in number. And the shadows kind of keep on getting in our way. But it's time for us to check what Andrew is up to in Madikwe and see what they found.
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, Alex. We have encountered a beautiful sighting of elephants at the moment at the dam, drinking water and having a good old time. Just a pleasure to be watching them at this big watering hole. I'm not used to seeing big watering holes like this, so every time we do come across these little sites, it's always nice. And cherry on the top is that there are some elephants here as well. This is actually where we had the same dam where we had the mahiwas yesterday. And we have looked for that lion pride, but at the moment no luck, but definitely got some good luck with the elephants so far. Look at this, a huge amount of water here. We have what looks like another elephant bull, getting the feet wet there, having a good drink of water. Okay, so I'm just gonna Just going to go silent a bit. I want you to enjoy the sighting. And let's watch. Definitely seems like he's very thirsty at the moment. Just playing, squirting the water out. I love it when they do that. Makes little fountains. Okay, seems like this young bull elephant is coming out the water now. Actually, he went in quite deep. Look at the water line on his legs there. So you can imagine for big animals like this, water is very, very important for them. Elephants really enjoy drinking really fresh water, much like us as people. We need crystal clear, really fresh water, same like elephants. And the clearer and more healthier the water is for them, much better. They're going to be much better condition. And depending on the types of vegetation that is out here in conjunction with copious amounts of fresh water, this can cause the tusks to grow quite a bit. And I haven't seen any very big tuskers at the moment here. Oh, those elephants are running away. Alright, sorry about the wind interference here. I'm just going to block it off here with my hands. And just like that, and they just move off and they disappear. Incredible. Would never have known there were even elephants here. Oh, not a good sign. They are trumpeting as they're running through the bush there. Okay, they're probably going to disappear off. So I think let's have a look at this young gentleman again. Looks like he's going back for more water. Yeah, so they're going to consume lots and lots of water. For an elephant, they can consume up to between 80 and 100 liters in a day. And the trunk has got quite a high capacity. Different books say different things, but anywhere between 5 and 7 liters of water can be held in that trunk. So it makes an ideal scoop, if you will. So just suck it up like a straw, if you will. Hold it in the trunk, angle the tip of the trunk in the mouth, and release all that water into the mouth. Some people actually think they suck the water like a straw and not putting it in the mouth like we're seeing now. So they just and the water goes in. That's not what happens. They just scoop it up, hold as much water as they can in there, and just release it into their mouth. And you can see actually how far he's reaching away from his body. So probably because he's been walking in there, he's been kicking up some of the silt, and doesn't want that. So just trying to reach past that silt that he may have kicked up. Hey there, Keith. Yeah, you're right. Hey, the work that this elephant can do and the different activities and things they can do with the trunk, it's amazing. They can pick up a fruit or a berry up to the size of a peanut with the tip of their trunk. And the next time you ever see elephants on a close-up, you must have a look at the tip of the trunk. It looks almost like they got, almost in a way, like fingertips at the end of the trunk. And they can pick up very small items up to the size of a peanut with relation to a berry or maybe a certain fruit. We've seen them quite commonly in up in the north, in the Kruger National Park area, and Sabi Sands and Timbavati and those sort of areas. They pick up the marulas with the tips of their trunks sometimes. So if I had to estimate the age of this bull, I would say probably around maybe about 10 or so, maybe 12. Sorry about that, Paul. Okay, so this elephant is slowly disappearing behind that bush, and there he goes. Okay, so let's have a good look at the scenic environment here. Lots of dead trees in the water. I presume they are leadwoods. It looks very much like leadwoods. Combretum imberbe. That's the scientific name. Now the word combretum actually refers to a four-winged seed pod. What you got there? Oh, is the elephant coming out now? Let's take a look. Sorry about that, Paul. There he is there. Yeah, combretum refers to the four-winged seed pod. And with the elephant, Loxodonta africana, is the African longtooth. Okay, so he has gone. Now you may even see a nest in the middle of the dead tree there. That's from a red-billed buffalo weaver. They often make the nests in trees in the water. It's a very clever tactic because you can imagine, baboons and snakes and vervet monkeys, they're not going to really be able to access that point. So it's a good place to have a nest. Very, very smart. I just actually want to have a look properly at the nest here. Now these leadwoods actually get a nickname, the skeletons of the bushveld. And they call them that because, they live very long, up to, 1,000 years and a little bit over. The wood is growing, or the plant is growing very, very slowly. And because of that, it's a very, very dense hardwood. And once they do die, like they have done so now, it can take up to 100 years for those branches and trunks to actually decompose and be returned back as a nutrient into the land or the soil or the water, whatever the case may be. And that's how they get that nickname, the skeletons of the bush. Very, very protected tree. Leadwoods have been protected for a very, very long time because sadly they were overutilized for many, many years. Fencing posts, and ornamentals and firewood. Just beautiful.
So sadly we did just lose Andrew there, but we're back here in Okakuyo, and the number of storks kind of dwindling. I think something has shocked them, but no doubt coming back, descending upon us. A number of zebra also coming through and joining us. So lovely, lovely scenes. Awesome to have just sat back and just enjoyed all this action. Really rather special today. Very, very cool indeed. So lots going on. Still quite a bit of zebra audio. Lots of braying in the distance. Not as close as what they were. But a couple more coming through to join us. Lovely to see all the little foals that have been through as well. So just awesome scenes. Fantastic way to spend Sunday. Just enjoying all this action. And it does look like all those Adam storks coming back to land. So probably with the zebra numbers picking up again, kind of deciding that they also need to kind of move on. Although it does look like those numbers starting to swell again. So quite cool. Lots going on. It's been the case the entire day. And we cannot complain. It's been really rather awesome. So all those storks that did kind of take off, coming back again. You just see them really just filling the frame. And also all the shadows as they fly about and get ready to land again. Really very, very cool. Just taking it in an awesome moment. Really lovely watching this. So it's very cool. Lovely to watch all these Adam storks come back and land. Zebra coming through. But it's time for us to check in and see how those lions are doing with Trish in Kericho.
There's been a bit of movement on this end. They're on the move now. Exactly where to, I have no idea. But one brother was on the move and now this one is too. I guess the wind has picked up quite a bit. Maybe that's affecting their movements. But they've gone, or they're going, at least one is going, one is already gone, to quite a random spot. Just in the middle of the road. Interestingly, it's the less dominant brother that got up and moved. This might be the last we see because they're cutting down into a drainage. How stunning is that? Beautiful skies and a lion walking along to follow his brother. Thank you, Yvonne. Yvonne says this has been such a find and fantastic sighting. Thank you, it has. It really was an amazing find. I'm so glad that we came down this way. I was hoping they might pop out on the other side there. But unfortunately not. I can see where they've gone when I stand up, and I think we're not going to see them again. Try to be patient. I can kind of see one through a gap there. I can try to show you just through that gap. Can you see them? It was beautiful, though short-lived. But we're going to move on, let them do whatever they're going to do. So let me send you back to Alex at Okakoyo, and then maybe we can find some elephants.
Thank you, Trish. And the number of our storks just increasing, really quite cool. Lots going on in the zebra world. Lots to chat about, clearly. I'm sure a number of Sunday issues to be ironed out, it seems. But really quite fun. And really just awesome watching as the numbers swell of these storks. They're quite fantastic. They did get spooked off, so the flock was rather large. And then obviously getting spooked off and now starting to increase in size. So just keeping tabs on how this all works. Of course, lovely shadows that they're casting as well as they fly about and descend upon Okakuya waterhole, at least kind of the northern bank they're all taking over at the moment. So really quite cool. One or two gemsbok in the distance and a couple of springbok that are really rather close to us too. So lots of action, and that has been the case for the entire day. It really hasn't stopped. So it's really quite awesome watching these shadows kind of dance and play about the water's surface, as well as the area in between where all those storks are landing. So very cool. Lovely just to sit here and just enjoy all of this. But it's time for us to check in again with Andrew and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Ah, thanks, Alex. Nice one. You got some Abdom storks on that side. I don't think I saw them when I was on the dam cameras. Not that I can remember. But anyway, we have a interesting sighting here. There's a young zebra on the ground. Looks like it may have passed away. I'm just joking with you. Just having a nap. That's how they do nap when it's very hot and they're exhausted. They actually lay totally motionless, that you actually think the animal is not well or passed away. But if you look carefully, there's movement. There's ears twitching, and that young foal is fast asleep. Look how the other Dazzle members just sort of lean over it, and they all shake their tails at the same time, creating a nice wind draft. Just beautiful. That is very nice. I'm not sure if there is mountain zebra that's on Madikwe. I doubt it though. But this specific species that we're looking at now is the plain zebra, and just behind us I can actually hear some impalas having a go at each other. So it's sound. There's one thing that myself and Rian noticed this morning when we drove past a zebra was how thick their legs are. It's unbelievable how thick their legs are. Almost like baseball bats there. And it's a good line of defense. If you are being attacked by a predator and you're a zebra, you can kick out and that can really help. Now they are an odd-toed ungulate. So there's no splits in the hoof. So it's a circular hoof, much like a horse, and it's incredibly sharp. So if they kick a predator in the right place, it's going to be very painful. It can actually cause cuts on the body. It can break bones. See the foal's wide awake now. Hello. I hope you enjoyed your nap. And you can actually see how green it is beyond that zebra. It's lovely green at the moment. So this individual that's in the road is very much behaving like a stallion. I'm not 100%, but I'm going to just have a look quickly with binoculars. But just behaviorally, it's acting like a stallion. Yeah, that's a stallion. Now, stallions do behave a little bit differently to the rest of the members in the harem. You know, often we see with zebras is if there is a dazzle, you often can find that, sorry, there's a vehicle there, we are close to a main road here, that they sort of section themselves a little bit from the harem sometimes, and they are constantly looking around. Sorry about that pole. Lots of apologies coming here. Rian, you just tell me if you need me to redirect. Sorry? Okay, we're just going to let this vehicle pass us, and then we're going to start up a vehicle and move. Hello. So the guests out here are always excited to see us. It's very nice. Okay, should we pull in there? Yeah. Okie dokes. Let's do it. Yeah. It's such a pleasure to drive this Land Cruiser. It drives like an absolute dream. Sharp, sharp. Sorry, my head in the way there. Shame, I often wonder about zebras, you know, being in such vastly open areas. And when it's hot and humid like this, wow, they really have to be well adapted. Oh, that young foal's actually a young stallion. Every now and then you do see the obvious body parts, but the rest of the time it gets absorbed into the body and sort of hides away. And there's a reason for that, because stallions, when they fight, when they're adult and they fight, they try and grab anything, really, and rip it off. Often ears and tails, sometimes hindquarters, and in some terrible situations, the testicles. So they prefer just to show it from time to time as a way of being dominant, and also when they want to breed. But then the rest of the time, it's in the body and gone. Nice and safe, hidden behind the organs. There's some impala as well, and I can hear this kok 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 kok. If anybody wants to give it a bash, what bird do you think makes that sound? Kok 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 kok. There, it's flying. Kok 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 kok. I'll give it a few moments before I give you the answer. Yeah, there's a nice big group of impala there. There's a beautiful tree there as well, with a browse line. You notice that canopy has got a nice shape to it. Okay, while you ponder on what bird that was that I was making, that kok 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 sound, I'm going to send you over to Trish, who I believe has found some lions. Interesting.
I've managed to catch up with them again. Luckily they didn't go too far. They were just out of view for a little bit. but then they came back out. And I heard an elephant trumpeting not far away, so this could be the spot to be in. Interestingly, they've just kind of flopped down without any cover. No shade. There was some impala that they were watching all the way across in the other open clearing. This brother is still paying attention to that direction, but the impala have moved. It would be very unlikely that they would hunt in these conditions. It's windy, it's hot, and it's open. It's basically everything they wouldn't want. They would be able to hunt if the wind was kind of crazy, in all directions, so that a herbivore or predator, a prey species wouldn't actually be able to determine which direction the smell of the predator is coming from. But in this case, it's pretty one-directional, and those impala would be able to smell the lions, and they have, because they stopped and stared at them, and then moved in the opposite direction. So it's basically the worst conditions for hunting for them. Sonia, I was thinking about your question. And I still am, but I think I might have an answer. Oh, hi, Jacques. You'd like to know how would I compare these lions to the ones in Djuma? It's a difficult one to answer. I mean, just off the bat, I think, and I spoke about this earlier, that both are quite relaxed. The lions that I know in Djuma are very relaxed, and these two are very relaxed, really very relaxed too. Blah, 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 blah. I think I've been talking too much. But I haven't had a chance to meet the pride here, to meet the lionesses. So when I do that, Jacques, I'll probably get a better idea and be able to answer that question better. But just, like male to male. I just heard those elephants again. They sound further away this time though. I would say that these lions have much larger manes, fluffier and larger, and also they behave a little bit differently. They don't call or scent mark as much, but that makes sense because their competition with other male lions, that is a lot less than you would have in Djuma, where males from the Kruger can come in. Basically, males from all sides, north, east, west, south, can come in. And so there's a lot more territorial displays. Also, these lions are in really, really good condition. And that's actually also linked to stress. I don't mean emotional stress, I mean biological stress. Maybe there's a bit of emotional stress too, but it's hard to measure that kind of thing. But biological stress is when particular hormones get excreted by your system. And you would have heard this term before, free radicals move around in your body and oxidize certain molecules, which can cause accelerated aging, atrophy, that kind of thing. And we call that oxidative stress. Another word that you may be familiar with is antioxidants. the great thing to be found in all the wonderful superfoods that we eat. Antioxidants are labeled as these great things that we should eat, and we should, but we don't know why, or we're not told why when we go and buy antioxidants, and it's for that exact reason. Antioxidants can cancel out those oxidizing free radicals in the body that come from as a result of stresses. It's something that's quite prevalent in social groups that involve rank and competition. So within a male coalition, there is that a little bit, in that there is a dominant male, but the dominant male within the coalition, or dominant brother, that dominant position can change depending on their territory, depending on their nutrition, cubs, mating, etc. And conditions, the dominant position can change. It's not really fought over consistently like it is in, say, a baboon troop, or with hyenas in a hyena clan. Strangely, you'd think that the top-ranking individual in a hyena clan or in a baboon troop would be the one with the least stress, because, you know, they're the top dog. They can get whatever they want. They can mate with whoever they want. But actually, they appear to have the most oxidative stress because they have to constantly work to keep their position. The wind has picked up quite a bit, and I do apologize if that's all that you can hear. This particular area is also quite windy. It's up on top of a ridge and it's open, so there's little protection from the wind. They're still looking, or at least this brother is still looking off in the direction of the impala, but the other has given it up. Hi Chikalimba, thank you for joining us. You'd like to know how long do lions generally stalk their prey for? It can take hours, it can take half a day, or it could happen just like that. It really depends on the circumstance. Lions are opportunists, so if they happen to be sleeping under a bush somewhere and the conditions are right and something walks past, doesn't pick up on their scent, they can burst forth and try to take it down. So it can happen very quickly, or it can take a long time. When it takes a long time, that's usually when it's really calculated, very strategic, and that's when a pride will go out. They'll find a possible target, or at least a herd, and then they'll slowly move from cover to cover until they're close enough to catch their prey. And they'll also position different pride members at different parts. So they might have a couple pride members on the flanks of the herd a few at the back, and so when one lion bursts forth in the attack, it may chase the herd into one of the other lions. So they really work together when they hunt. Oh, look at this magnificent creature. It's really such luck to observe lions moving, getting up, yawning, and doing all these wonderful things in the middle of the day when the sun is out. So this is really, really special. All too often I've spent time with lions either in the darkness when they're really active, once the sun is set, or before the sun is risen. Or I see them around this time and they are flat.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
I don't know what it was that just spooked this lion. It was probably a bug. I am just in awe. How beautiful this is. Ooh, James, that's an interesting question. You'd like to know, how do lions perceive humans? So right now, for example, me and this Bucky with a camera. It's not really picking me out as an individual thing on the bakkie. It's they would see me as part of this vehicle. So that's why when you're in a game drive vehicle, lions aren't really, trying to snatch one of you off of it, because they aren't able to pick one out. So that's the same kind of strategy that a zebra uses. So zebras in a herd, when they're all together, it's hard to pick one out, and predators need to be able to do that in order to hunt effectively. So like a cheetah will not go full tilt until it has targeted or locked onto one individual. It's the same with lions. They will single out one individual first before they can really go for it. They might begin to hunt and to, approach the herd, but they'll only really give that burst of energy when they've managed to seek out one individual, a target. And when you're on a vehicle, you're not a target. It's hard for them to tell, like, oh, where does Trishala start and where does she end? You can see her eyes, but is this whole van part of her? Or is it just the part that's sitting in the driver's seat? So in terms of a vehicle, game drives, me at the moment, that's how they're perceiving me. But humans as a whole have evolved, or rather upright standing apes have evolved alongside lions for a long, long, long time. And when humans came around, humans also are these upright walking creatures. And historically, through that time that we've spent together and our species ancestors have spent together, lions would have been historically chased, hunted, killed just because they are dangerous by upright standing species. And so if I, for example, had to get off this vehicle right now and walk towards them, they would get up and run. And that's because there is an innate response to something that's walking upright and towards them. But that changes at night, and historically too. Maybe humans were killing lions that came to steal their children, whatever. That's just off the top of my head. It's not a very good example. But if a lion came through and snatched a child during the day, the humans would have gone after it and killed it. So thousands of years of that during the day has made them fearful. Sorry, that's my hand. I'm just trying to protect the mic from the wind so you don't get a terrible earful of the wind. But at night, if a lion snatched a child thousands and thousands of years ago, the humans would not have been able to run after it. Because there was no light, there were no cars, it's just much worse. And they could be hurt and injured. So lions have learned that at night, these humans are not so tough. And so if you're walking around the bush at this time of the day, you've obviously got to be vigilant. Always be vigilant. Always think that something could potentially be dangerous. And so while you can relax, you should always have that in mind. But at night, it's a different story. You need to be extra, extra, extra vigilant, because you are one of the most vulnerable creatures out here once that sun goes down. And predators know it. So perception changes depending on the time of day, depending on the thing that has existed, from time immemorial. Light and dark. wind is properly picked up. I hope that this is bearable. Let's just have a quick look at the other brother, who has decided to grace us with a look. Now that is a beautiful face. Alright, this wind is getting a little bit crazy, so let me send you over to Alex at Okokoyo.
Thanks, Trish. And lots going on here still. Zebra threw in good numbers again. Some black-faced impala, and of course, that very large flock of Adam storks. Still a few of them coming through to land. Not being too disturbed by all the zebra either. So really lots of action, and the action really hasn't stopped for one moment today. One or two zebra trying to part the stalks, almost like the stalk sea there. And looks like this little harem not knowing how to navigate, getting through the stalks. And they're not too really bothered by the zebra either, it seems. A number of the other zebra also quite deep into the waterhole. And definitely a theme that we've noticed throughout the course of the day. The zebra getting really, really deep into it, churning up the water as well. Just amazing how kind of tapered off at one moment and straight back into the thick of things with regards to zebra. Quite a bit of stuttering, pronking kind of going around. Impala also showing how athletic they can be. Lots going on, obviously, with regards to the zebra. Quite a bit to be told. Lots of braying. So really just quite interesting, and still really enjoying the shadows that are cast by the stalks as they come down to land. It's quite cool watching these little shapes kind of moving across the landscape at the moment. Very, very cool. Lots going on. Basically, entire landscape filled with zebra at the moment. Very, very interesting indeed. Lovely to see. Lovely to see all these stalks, as I said, coming through to land again. That flock growing in size. And the zebra at the waterhole also, those numbers also increasing. So very, very fun. So really lots going on. Quite interesting how those zebra have kind of separated the stalk flock that like that. Really interesting dynamics as they kind of play out and watch out. But of course, if you have tuned in, if you only just joined us now and you might have missed anything throughout the course of today, you obviously can download the app, the Wild Earth app, and watch the highlights of the best bits from each show. So it does include Escape to Nature, as well as the Sunrise and Sunset Safari. So if you have missed anything and you'd like to catch up, go ahead, download our app and update yourself with regards to what highlights you have had the pleasure of actually witnessing today. But it's been lots of fun. Interesting to see how these zebra kind of really don't have any care in the world with regards to kind of displacing those stalks. They really just move right through them and now got rather deep into this water hole. But the water level also dropping quite considerably because of all of the zebra that have been through. So rather interesting watching how this whole day is really unfolded. Really cool. I'm sure lots of interesting things to happen this afternoon as well. But now it's just to keep an eye on it. So really cool. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day where we do have to say cheerio. It has been a fantastic escape to nature today. So thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we will be back again tomorrow at 8:30 CAT in the morning. So do come through and escape to nature with us once again. And lovely scenes and a nice way just to finish off our Sunday escape. Really awesome. What a day we've had indeed. So thank you on behalf of all of us here at Wild Earth. Of course, thank you to the wonderful wildlife and the lovely habitat that has come to us from. We really have had such an awesome day. Lots of action to kind of close out. It is the early afternoon here in Africa. So do have a good Sunday after this. And of course, stay tuned for all the other action. And we do look forward to you joining us again tomorrow morning. Have a very fun Sunday, everyone.